Let's see, I'm trying to get my screen adjusted, and that's very difficult to do. There we go. I can't hardly do that with my mouse. I have to use like the finger pad, the mouse pad. All right. Everything's already activated. All right, it's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are not any decent contracts right now, so we'll just go ahead and sleep. I had not planned on doing that, but we'll just go ahead and sleep. Hello, welcome. Just getting started. All right, let's look and see if we have any decent contracts. Well, first let's do this. Still going to have to sleep, what, 2 more times probably before we have our own fields ready to go. Okay. So let's see what kind of contracts we might have. We can harvest some sunflowers. All right. That'll be nice. Where is that? That is... Oh, that's right over there. We're eventually going to... Well, we were going to have that field in sunflowers. Okay. Hello, everybody. Very difficult to see through all the foliage. I gotta go back to driving in cab right through that section. Now we'll just stop by the dealership and accept that contract. Alright, so we're going to accept this harvesting contract, sunflowers. It's too bad I can't ride the bike and the truck roll forward. Well, I don't know that I ever actually tried to do that. Maybe I should. Alright, now we're going to go harvest sunflowers. Now we're just going straight over there. I believe there's a fence right there. Yeah, that guy doesn't. He don't want to get out of the way, does he? He didn't want to make it easy for us. That took a little longer than I thought. I wasn't expecting it to take that long to drive over here. Ironic that we have sunflowers in this field, and that's what I had originally intended to put in this field. Now let's see where those go to. Farmer's market, okay. I think this harvester does a pretty good job of negotiating the corners and stuff. Some of the equipment with the AI does not handle corners all that good. Hey Monty, how are you? All right, good. Now at 15 miles an hour, it will not take this guy too long. Now I'll probably have to advance the clock after we get this contract done, because this was the only contract we was going to do for this hour, and it will not take this guy that long to get this one done. Well, hi, Dee Dee. How are you? How was your day? Hey, Joe. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm very sleepy tonight, but other than that, I'm doing good. Oh, you got a lot done, Dee Dee. Good. Oh, you got the train going by? Oh, you just about got everything ready. Well, that's awesome. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. Well, I'm glad you were able to get a lot accomplished. Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad you at least you get to relax now. Oh, you'll have it finished Friday. No barbecue chicken. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Joe. I like ham, but not necessarily all ham. Your mom graduated with a class of 26. Okay. Oh, you and your ex. Oh, yeah. Joe, they didn't believe how primitive it was, huh? Well, when I was in high school, I rented my own three-bedroom house in Commerce. We used to hang out and picture at the chat piles quite a bit. Whoops. I know, that's what I was thinking. They weren't too concerned about us getting lead poisoning when we used to hang out at the chat piles. Now we're going to take this up to oh yeah. That's kind of sad, actually. Yeah, Dee Dee, the whole place is like condemned. Yeah, you can see it. You can see a documentary on YouTube about it. The EPA came in there and shut the whole town down. Yeah, Dee Dee, they kept seeing this place glowing from space, and they were wondering why. And come to find out, it was all ate up with lead poisoning. Wow, we made $129, guys. $129. Oh yeah, there's chat from those mines all over the place in that area. Armadillos. Now I think I'll have to speed the clock up. Oh, a raccoon. All right, let's see. We have to, we can do a hoeing right here. Here we go. We can do this. We'll just rent the equipment. Oh, a bit. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's we're gonna borrow the equipment because I do not have a hoe. I have a weeder. Uh, borrow items. Okay. Whoops. Well, I cannot answer that question, Joe, because I do not know. All right, let's see. We can go around. We can go around this way. Now this field that we're going to is one of Richard's fields, and it's just past his house. Well, if you decide to trap it, I want you to film it so we can see. I think we're over here. I hope I went the right way. I thought it was supposed to be over here, but maybe not. Let me see. Oh no, I gotta drop down below that. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna be down on the 4-lane, I guess. I was totally turned around backwards. Yeah, I totally went the wrong direction to get to this field. It's shaped like a beach ball. Oh, you had a skunk around your place that was like that? I think I'd rather have the raccoon also. Now, I can't hardly see what this piece of equipment is actually doing to this field, but as long as it's counting, that's all that matters, I guess. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be doing. I can't tell what it's doing. But it's counting on the meter, so that's all that matters, I guess. Let's see, we might have to go do... We might have to go do one of these rock removals. These are pretty easy. So we may do this one afterwards. Where is that? I think we did that once before, didn't we? That's all the way on the top of the hill up there. Okay. I think we did a rock removal up there once before. It's like by that hay dryer barn, I think. I know we did one that was up there by that thing, because we had rock piles on both sides of that dryer. So we'll see if that's the same place again. I think we probably will have to advance the clock just a little bit. I don't know if the contracts will change. I'm not sure we have enough time to get new contracts up. Well, that's true, Dee Dee. That is true. Well, now see, that's a very good point too, Joe. Actually, Joe, I was just going to say that in a lot of those areas that are underdeveloped, they do not have doors, and they do have a lot of mopeds and bicycles, which is double the amount of wheels, at least double the population. The verdict is wheels. I was thinking along those lines, Joe, as far as like, if you consider gears, like if you consider gears to be wheels and stuff like that, just how do are wheels defined? Okay, so now let's see. Let's go back out this way, I guess. Well, let's go this way. We can get out with this one. Yes, I agree with that. If you include small gears and stuff like that, yes. Okay, 5,000, collect. 3,000, collect. Now we can do this rock removal. Well, now the AI is going to justify being wrong so that it can be right. Okay, we're going to accept this. Actually, we're going to borrow the equipment. Okay, now let's see. How are we going to go? What's the best way to go about getting to where we're going? I think we might as well just go down this way because we got to come all the way down here anyway and then come up this way. So let's do that. Hey, Eugene. Well, if you think about a car has a flywheel, and that flywheel has teeth on it because it's actually a gear, but it's called a flywheel. Well, 7 miles an hour is a very slow ride. Oh, just out of curiosity, did anybody listen to King Charles's speech to Congress today? Or at this point, yesterday? Dee Dee, that's what I was just going to say, that I thought it was so ironic that He got so many standing ovations from people who support no kings. I thought it was hilarious. And he knew it too. He kept looking over at them at that side of the chamber. I just thought it was so hilarious that they kept standing up and applauding when they're the No Kings party. And there they were cheering for the king. All right, let's see. We're going to go up on this other road way up there. Thin Blue Line, how are you? I saw one of your stream earlier today, as a matter of fact. Well, at this point, yesterday. But it was a game I had not seen before. I can't even remember the name of it because it was something I had not seen before, and I was like, okay, what is that? I've never heard of that game before. So I don't know. Is there a game that you just like recently started playing? I don't recall that it struck me as something that was real life. You did a live stream, Eugene? That's awesome. Yeah, I started to write down the name of that game, Thin Blue Line, the one I saw you playing. You play a grocery store game. Oh, nice. I would like that kind of game, Eugene. I have seen a grocery store game. I don't know if it's the same one. I've seen this guy named Raptor. And there was somebody else I used to watch that would play a grocery store game. Bottle throwing. I think I went the wrong way. I got to watch and chat. I was supposed to go this other way. I got to watching chat and took the wrong turn. I was supposed to turn up here. Now, I like some word games. Someplace at the top of this road up here is where we're supposed to be going. Hey, Richard. I'm doing good. How are you today? Wow, this is a long ride. Lots of houses up through here, though. What's this place right up in there? That looks kind of cool. All right, good, Richard. Yeah, I'll let this guy go past me. Pretty sure there's nobody else. Now, we've got to go up here and figure out where we're supposed to do this work at. I'm not real sure. There we go. Nice. These are pretty simple contracts. just kind of drive up to it. And then just sit there and it does its own thing. This is actually a very easy contract to fulfill because all you got to do is pull up to the rock and then just sit there. So it's very simple. It's just very slow getting places. Alright, all the way back out of here at 7 miles an hour. Hey, buddy farmer. Beaton Farms, how is it? How are you doing? Oh, well, Thin Blue Line, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, nice to see you guys. We're taking a very slow ride in a rock crusher. Okay, Thin Blue Line, that's cool. Well, Thin Blue Line, thank you for sharing my channel with these folks. I think what I want to do, I want to check, just make sure we don't have another one. Oh, now we have plowing. Awesome. So we have a big plowing contract. A menace, huh? Well, I'll be glad when we're done with this piece of equipment. Although the contracts are very easy, some of the easiest contracts actually. We just got to get back to the dealership, guys. This thing is painfully slow. Muddy Farmer, we're just going to go down to the other end of town. But it's going to take us a few minutes to get there at this rate. Well, they make it here in time to see us reach our destination. Because we're going down to the end of this road, not all the way to the end, but we are going down. Okay, Dee Dee, God bless you. Thank you for coming hanging out with me for a while. And I hope you sleep well and have a great day tomorrow. We are getting closer. Okay, Dee Dee, sleep well. Alright, I think we just have about a half a mile to go, and then we'll be there. I do believe this is probably one of the slowest pieces of equipment. I might should have done that. Could have got there faster. Now, can anybody guess what is the fastest piece of equipment in the game? What's the fastest piece of equipment? This may very well be the slowest. But what is the fastest? The Mustang. Well, I'm thinking mods, but anything's okay. I'm going to show you what I think is the fastest. It may not be, but it's the fastest I've come across so far. Okay, so let's collect on these contracts. Okay, now we want to go down here to plowing. We're going to accept this right here, accept this. Jody. Okay, so where is that? Okay, that's up at the top. Okay. But look here. Let's see. Here's what I think. Here's what I found so far as to be the fastest piece of equipment. Let me see here. Where is it? Let me see. Look here, guys. Look at the working speed. Look at the working speed. 150 miles an hour on this cotton harvester. 150 miles an hour. That's the fastest that I've found so far. And I actually tried to drive it. You can't drive it. But the cotton harvester, 150 miles an hour. Okay, now we're going to go. We're going to go get our plow. That is crazy for a harvester, yes. And I actually used to play with that harvester before I realized I actually had it set up like that and I could actually turn it down so it didn't go that fast. My International, the one that's on the roof. Okay, Beaton. God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Oh, now that actually could be. I forgot about that. I forgot about the truck. Yeah, it's an International. I thought you meant that International. That's the International I thought you meant. Okay. Now, we're going to plow. Hey, I made a video short of that tractor floating in midair. All right, we'll go up here and get this plow started. Actually, I think we could have gone this way to get to where we wanted to go to. Better? Right here, I think. There we go. Yeah, if you guys have not seen it, I made a video short with this tractor right here floating in midair. And I think I'm the only person on YouTube that's ever done it. So go check it out. Now, we do have Blue made a cow float. That's cool. That's cool. I've not seen that before. You got one, Joe, with the dog floating in the air? Awesome. Now, was that a glitch or something like that? See, I think getting little video clips of stuff like that is like pretty awesome. I am playing on console PS5. I just happened to catch that the tractor by I was messing around with something else, and the tractor, I ended up getting it floating, and I was like, whoa, I can't believe it's floating. So I just went ahead and made me a little video short. I grabbed a camera and made a video of what was on my TV screen. It was kind of hard to do, but I made a little video short of it, that tractor floating in the air. And I think it's cool hearing about other people who've been able to capture things that, you know, that you would not very commonly. I actually used this telehandler. I used this one right here and was able to set it up there. Now, I used to have one. Do you know the red barn? The red barn that's Riverbend Springs. Actually, look here. Let's see. Yeah. When I was playing on Riverbend Springs, I'll show you where I had that red tractor. I had it on one of these other barns. Yeah, Joe, that's what I was just going to show them. I think it's the same barn. I think it's the same barn as this one. Or at least it's one real close to this one. This is different too, because this used to have a different barn sitting over here. I had a workshop right there, a different barn. But anyway, I had another one. Well, it wasn't this barn, but anyway, I had it up on top of the roof, which was really cool. Actually, it was a barn like this, right up here. I had it sitting right up there between those two dormers, right up there. Real cool. And then I had it over here too. I had it on top of that garage. I had it on top of a different farmhouse. And then I ended up putting it over here. I just always have always liked having that tractor on the roof. I always thought it looked cool. And that tractor right there, this tractor is like the only tractor I have ever operated in my lifetime. I did not grow up on a farm. I had cousins that grew up on a farm. And one summer, my uncle let me operate his tractor. And I'm pretty sure it was an old International because it was made like this with the tricycle shape. And he let me do some plowing in one of his fields. And that's why I have this, I like putting this up there like that, because I actually got to drive a tractor much similar to that, so. I always like to showcase those tractors. And I'm pretty sure it was an old International. I do too, I like that tractor. I remember my uncle let me operate his plow on his tractor, and it was a little bit rainy. It was forecast to rain, and my uncle told me if it starts raining, leave the tractor idling. Do not turn it off, because he said we'd have trouble getting it started again. And it started raining, so I left the tractor running, because he thought it was just going to be like a passing little shower. It turned out that it set in, and he asked me, he said, "Did you shut that tractor off?" I said, "Nope, you told me to leave it running." So he had to go out in the rain, way out in that field, and go shut that tractor off. That was funny. I used to get paid a penny a piece to pull weeds out of his fields. Well, actually not his fields. One of my other uncles that lived like right around the corner. I know most of the time if I did any work on the farm, it was pulling weeds for a penny a piece. Now I had a brother that did a lot of hay work. I don't know how much he would get paid, but he did a lot of that hay work, baling and stuff like that, hauling hay. Well, my family was always the city folk. Okay, Thin Blue Line, God bless you. Thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate it. Let's see what other contracts there may have been available. We didn't really, here's a, that's too small. I don't want to do a little tiny one like that. So we're not, there's nothing here we're going to do. Well, there is bale wrapping. We could go up there and wrap some bales, but I don't know if it's the same. Okay, Muddy Farmer, God bless you. Thank you so much for coming. I may have to advance the clock again just to see. There isn't any contracts I'd really want to do. I would do this baling, but I'm concerned that it won't let me use the same baler because it's not suggesting the same baler. So it may not let me, and I don't. Oh yeah, one's square, one's round, so it doesn't even matter. I thought I had looked at those and they were both round. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll just advance the clock when we get done with this. Now we are working with the bigger plow. We have the 9-meter plow now, so that is helping speed things up a little bit. I had almost forgotten that I had upgraded the plow. And I am glad that we got that done, because as much as I like using the 6-meter plow, because I think the dimensions are kind of like more aesthetically pleasing. But 9 meters is a good working width, I guess. Joe, what would be like a legitimate working width for like real equipment? You was using a 3-meter, okay. That might be even more realistic, actually, I don't know. Yeah, 7 foot. That's not very much. That's only 2 meters. 15 to 30 feet. So really, if you were like working like with what would be considered somewhat, yeah, well, I can definitely see 6 meters. 6 meter would be would pass as realistic. 9 meter, that's kind of stretching it. 12 meters, for what we're doing, I think that's a little too much. But 9 meters will be okay. Except I think if it's the 6 meter, that's what I was thinking. That's why I normally play with the 6 meters, because I think it's more realistic for fields this size and stuff. But yeah, 18 meters is too big. I think 12, I don't really care for the 12 meter either. It's too big. Unless you're playing on a map where like you can create your own fields and you have these super gigantic fields. So yeah, normally 6 meters. I think if I play with 6 meters on this one, it actually, well, see, that's 11 miles an hour there, so that's pretty good. I think this tractor is just on the limits, horsepower wise, of pulling this 9 meter plow. Because it does drag it down going uphill right here. And it's not a real steep hill, but it's still going uphill, and it does drag it down to about 6 miles an hour by the time it gets up to the top. Or at least 6 miles an hour is what it was last time. We'll see what it does this time. Yeah, see, it's going to start slowing it down as we come right here on this end. All right, final time around. Okay, we have a cultivating. We can do this one. Where is that at? Oh, okay. We could go do this cultivating afterwards, and then we'll get some new contracts up. Almost finished. Alright, now we'll do one cultivating. So we'll collect on this one. Nice, 11,600. And then we will do this cultivating. So we can accept that. And that's just going to be this field right over here. This very first field right down this road right here. Right there. That small dark green one right there. And it is a lot nicer driving this tractor than it was driving that stone crusher. Now, before too much longer, I think we will upgrade to a different cultivator. Because this cultivator I cannot fold, but it was a very cheap cultivator to start out with, but I think we can afford to buy a new one now. I'll have to figure out what I want though. That fence down through there is in the way. Okay, Joe, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I hope you're able to get some good rest. Let me just take a look and see what kind of I may have to look for some mods for cultivator. But I may have the one that I want. I actually kind of like that one. What's the one I normally get though? Yeah, see, these are the ones that I have right here, this one. Because it was the cheapest. But I'm thinking Maybe I want that one? A cedar unit. Oh. Okay, I don't know about that. That may not be the one I'm looking for. I can't remember. I'm going to have to look through. No, because I think the one I wanted was 125,000. So I think it's a mod. I think I'll have to look through the mod store and find the cultivator that I want, and then yeah, I'll have to look in the mod store. Let me see. Do we have anything new? No, not really. So we will have to advance the clock. We could do that bell wrapping. We'll see. I think I'll advance the clock though after this contract. Alright guys, I need to take a quick break, so I'll just let you ride along with this cultivator, and I'll be right back. Alright guys, I'm back. All right, 50% done with this contract. Now this game's going to be a lot more fun, I think, once I get to where I can have, sorry guys, I did not mean to cough in your ear. When I can have the other farms more involved. It's just taken a long time to get there, building everything off of contracts, but that was the whole point. Now, one thing I want to look at, I got to thinking about this earlier. I wish it would, we had a place where we could look at, like our net worth. So it doesn't tell us what our net worth is. It tells us what our cash balance is, but not our net worth. And I would like to be able to see like lifetime stats. Now we're into year 4. Looks like we've completed 176 contracts. It does tell us how many bales, fuel usage, driving distance. It tells us how much time we've spent doing stuff. It tells us how many acres or hectares that we've worked, but it does not tell us like a total of like cash and stuff like that. It doesn't give us a net value. So I don't know how much we're worth if we sold all our farms, all our equipment, all that. If I sold everything, how much would we be worth? I don't know. But regardless, considering it's all been built from contracts, it's pretty good. All right. Last pass around the field. I think it's kind of cool that this field right here that we're working in ended up having sunflowers in it. So does that one. And that's what I originally was going to plant in these fields was sunflowers because they were originally going to be DDs. Right. Actually, it had said that it was going to be raining, but thankfully it hasn't. Now, I guess maybe I can do that bale wrapping contract. That's a $3,000 contract, so I think I will advance the clock an hour though first, just to see if something better pops up. No, it won't. It's not a very big field, so I mean it's not a bad contract. See, that's not that big of a field, so it wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, and we would clear 3,000. I still think I might advance the clock. But we still may end up doing that baling. Or that bale wrapping, rather. Let's see, we're just going to advance the clock just enough to get to, there we go. We can go ahead and go back. We just wanted to get to the next hour. And we did not pick up anything new, did we? Alright, so we'll just go do this contract then. So we'll borrow the equipment. And we can collect on this one here. Okay. I know where to go. Now I wonder if this is going to be one of those, the balers that does the auto drop. I think this is the one where I have to drop it. I believe this is one, but I don't know. I think there was one of the autos that looked like this also. Yeah, this is the one where I have to drop it manually. That's all right. These contracts are actually pretty easy also. I do like the wrappers that do the auto unload. Okay, Eugene. $15 likes. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, guys. All right, last bale. Yeah, I really don't mind these bale wrapping contracts. They go pretty quick. But I do have to do them manually, that's the only thing. But as long as they're not too big. All right, 3,200. Now let's actually just do this. We'll just advance the clock again. And see if we get anything new. Well, now see, here's a big bell wrapping, 10,000. Well, it looks like that's what we're going to be doing. 10,000. Round bales, doing the same thing again. And we've done this field 2 or 3 times already. All right, well, we'll go do this one, I guess. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to advance the clock one more time just to see. I'd really like to get a harvesting or something. But we may have to do the bell wrapping, but I'd like to do something that I don't have to have the controller in my hand the entire time. Okay, now. Well, it's still not going to give me anything good, is it? No. Well, I guess we're going to have to do this rail, this one here. Borrow. Same equipment I just had. And we have done bell wrapping on this same field a couple of times already. Okay, Monty, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out tonight. And I hope it all goes well tomorrow. Or later today. Now, I wish you could work fields like this and still hire an AI helper that it would know where the bales were. And so far, we don't have that, so it is a pretty easy contract, but it still makes my hands hurt. I do like the fact that while the wrapper is working, I can move it and I can position myself so I'm ready for the next bale. I do like that. That does help make it a little bit faster. And for those who may be watching but are not in chat, thank you very much. I do hope you guys enjoy it, and I hope you've had a good day. Make sure I don't overlook anything and leave anything behind us. Alright, what do we got? 9 more? Yeah, it looks like 9 more. Now it works out pretty good when you can get them in a straight line like this. And I believe this is the last bale. Contract will be complete. Nice. Well, now we'll have to go probably advance the clock again. I would like to do a nice contract where I can hire a helper. So we'll look and see. All right, 9,500. Now let's see. There's just nothing here I really want to do. So let's advance the clock again. Hopefully that's going to get us what we want, a decent contract. Well, it's really not, is it? Cultivating. I don't want to do another bale wrapping. I guess I could. Let's do, we just got to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again until we actually find what we're looking for. And we may not find it. So I'm not wanting to do man, it doesn't ever want to let me harvest just regular crops. It wants me to harvest all specialty crops that use little tiny harvesters and stuff like that. So I have to just keep looking for new contracts. And sometimes it just does not want to come up off of that stuff. And this is going to be one of those times. It's not going to give me any decent contracts. I'm going to have to go sleep, and I don't want to go sleep this early. Here's more bale wrapping. I don't really want to do more bale wrapping, though. Small, tiny little cultivating. Well, I don't want to do any of those. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm just going to go... It's what, 16? So it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We'll just go sleep. I probably... Whoops. I looked over to see what time it was and I crashed. Or just go ahead and go sleep until the next day. And then see what we're... Hopefully we'll get a contract that I can do. I would like to do one more contract. I've been streaming for right at 3 hours. Whoops, that's the wrong road, ain't it? Or where'd I turn? Oh, there it is. Missed my own driveway. Alright, let's see. We'll go sleep. So since we're here, we will save it. And hopefully it will not be raining. I do like having houseplants. Alright, now let's see what we might have as far as contracts. Stone picking. So we could do this. I don't mind doing a stone picking. Because we get to keep the stones. So I don't mind that. Let's do this contract. We'll borrow the items. It's not all that easy to drive in that in-cab view. Okay, so this is the field that we're coming to work. So it looks like the best way to get up here is just to go in right here. Now we'll have to go get our own tractor and trailer. It's kind of interesting. They only give us one trailer to work with. Or one tractor rather, but I like to have the second tractor. And I rather use my own trailer because I can hold all the stone, not just part of it. And now we hit the 3-hour live stream mark, guys. A couple of minutes ago probably, because I wasn't paying attention to that. At least I can let the helper do their thing. Alright, we have hit the 400,000 mark. I can't quite read what that says. It looks like it says 460, 461. I believe we'll be able to buy our new tractor soon. Well, I'm getting pretty tired, guys, so this is probably going to be my last contract for tonight. Now, I like the fact that he just turned that corner. He didn't have to stop and reposition. I wish I could do that, like even on 90-degree angles. And maybe in future iterations of this game, they will be able to. See, this guy was able to negotiate that all the way around that, but then there's a lot of other times when they can't. And that does not make sense to me, why they can't in some instances. Whereas this guy went all the way down this side right here and didn't have to pick the stone picker up and reposition it. Come on, dude. Quit being so aggressive, would you? Stop. Hey, this guy's being really aggressive. My goodness. Wow, I cannot believe that guy just did what he did. Literally just shoved me right out of the way. Woo! I wanted to unload him. He did not want to let me. Okay, Eugene, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out tonight. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have a great day ahead of you. Well, now, why is that not, now that is not wanting to let me, unload this thing. So I don't really know why. I don't remember how to unload this thing. It says I can't unload it. See, it tells me I cannot unload it. I don't understand. Don't do that to me. Now let's see, why? Why will it not let me? I don't understand. I don't know how to unload this thing. Will it just not accept that trailer? Maybe it just doesn't want to accept the trailer. I don't know. So maybe I need to go get this other trailer right quick and just bring it up here to find out. Thankfully, it's right over here. I thought I had used that other trailer before, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I used this one. It seems like I did use this one once. Let's see, maybe we can come through here. I hope this works. It seems like before all I had to do was pull in behind it. This does not make any sense. The contract is not working properly. Oh, there we go. Now it got there, finally. Okay, at least we finally got there. Well, I don't know if I just wasn't doing it right or if it actually did not like this trailer. But now that we already put stone in the other trailer, we might as well go ahead and just use that trailer. So go ahead and put this one back, take it back to the farm right quick. I'm pretty sure I used this trailer picking up stone before. Apparently I just wasn't doing something correctly. Well, actually I was looking to unload it as opposed to emptying it, so I think I just wasn't backed up in the right position. Even though at one point it was crashing into me. We'll just drop that off over here. And then we can just head right back out. Save a little bit of time and go ahead and have that returned. I don't know what that guy's doing. Looks like he's going back over places he's already done. See, what's he doing over here? Did this guy accomplish anything while we were gone? It looks like he's just repeating what he already did. This guy has not picked up any stones since we left with the trailer and then came back. He has done nothing. He's stuck in this motor repeating what he's already done. It just can't figure out that it's already done that part. I just don't understand what this guy's doing. Why is it repeating what it already did over and over again? Now, it just got through doing this. That's pretty crazy. All this time, and this thing has not picked up a single stone. And now he's going to do what? That makes no sense. But I'm very curious as to just how long will this guy just drive around doing nothing? I don't want to have to stop it and figure out. I want it to figure out for itself that it's already done this stuff. What is it doing? Well, maybe this time when it gets down to the end of this row, it will turn around and start where it's supposed to be. So maybe it will pick up where it left off up here. I don't know. This is really crazy. I would really like for this guy to start doing some kind of work. Not just drive around in circles. Oh, he's still not ready to do any work. He's bound and determined he is going to redo everything he already did. Wow. Well, he really doesn't have any choice now, because he's just redone everything he already did. That's incredible. And they call it artificial intelligence. Wow. Now it looks like finally it's going to start actually doing some work. Maybe. Alright, finally. But does that mean the next time I empty this thing, it's going to actually go back and start the entire process over again? Oh my goodness, I hope not. Well, at least it's picking up stone again. I can't believe it went over everything it had already done. The entire time we're gone, it never did any work. It just drove around, used up the fuel. Now you watch, I'll be parked right in the way when the guy comes down at the end of the next row. And he'll run right into the back of our trailer. Let's see if that happens. Now we'll see if this guy can get turned around without me having to move. He might be able to. It looks like he should have enough room. There at that, when he came down here the last time, he was way over there beside the tractor. Yeah, he was able to get turned around. We're just going along for the ride, guys. I'm actually quite tired, but I wanted to get in at least one more contract. And this is a decent one, so. And I just about have enough money I can buy another tractor. Actually, I probably can. Let's look at the medium tractors. Now, I had looked at one of these. I want to put a, let's see, what do we got here? No, I don't want that, so we'll leave that like that. We'll get the biggest horsepower that we can get. Trelleborg. That might be cool. I usually don't get that. Yeah, we want sky view. And yeah, we'll have a second door, though most of the time I don't use the second door. Interior, I like design number 2, stainless steel, front loader attacher. We'll go with quick. Yeah, we'll go with quick this time. Main color. I do want the front end attacher. I won't get it just yet, but I do want the front end attacher. $256. Yep, we can get that. Okay. Nice. Now I think right now is a good time to increase our minimum bank balance from 100,000 up to 200,000. I'll see, but I think right now is the best time to do that. Now this guy's doing what we want. He's making full length passes. We may buy one of these. Stone pickers. Let's take a look at them. Where are they? I've never even looked at them, I don't think. Where are stone pickers? Oh, right there. Oh, nice. How much is that thing? 56,000. Ooh, I like this one. I like the look of this one. Yeah, that's that Colossus. Ooh, I do like that. Working with standard, what does that mean? 5.5 meters. And there's 50 meters. I don't want 50 meters or 25 meters. There's 10 meters. Might have to stick with 5 meters, probably. Trelleborg, capacity. Yeah, there we go. That's what we want right there. All right, nice. Design. Beacon light. Yeah, we can have a blinky beacon light. Okay. Working speed, 15 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour. So 15 miles an hour is the slowest. Wow, okay. That's surprising. That is surprising that it won't go below 15. Let's see here. Let's look at the colors. This thing looks pretty cool, actually. Frame is, oh yeah, carbon fiber. That looks nice. Let me see. I'm not going to buy this yet, but I am looking to see what I can do with it. I like that. All right, nice. And I need to get the price. All right, very nice. I like that. Plus it has a large capacity, so we can do this entire field without needing the trailer. So I want to buy one of these. I can't do it yet. I need $50,000, but I definitely want to buy one of these. This is going to be cool. All right, so 50 grand for that. Awesome. Okay. I would find that right when I want to increase our minimum bank balance, because I could actually use that right now. Uh, Let me see here. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to come back to this contract here shortly. I am going to go buy that stone picker. Well, I don't need to take this back over here yet. We got to go empty it first. We'll just go out right here. I was going to go park it so we could return it, but I need to empty it first. Now, I am not going to return it yet. I'm just going to take it over there and park it. And I'm going to buy a new one. So we're not going to maintain a $200,000 minimum right now. I was going to, because it would be a good time to do that, but I actually want that stone picker. And right now is a good time to buy it, so. Now let's see here. Nice. I think it's so cool that we get to keep the stone. That's why I like doing the stone picking contracts. Eventually, I'm going to use those at a lime factory. Now we can just park this like right here. It's fine. We're not going to return it yet. Okay. We're going to leave that tractor sit here too. Let's buy our stone picker. If I'd have known I was going to do that, we're going to leave that standard. We do want the larger capacity. We'll go blink US 15 main color. Frame will be carbon fiber. I like that look. Design. There we go. 47,000. All right, perfect. And I'm not even going to need a weight for this thing. I'm actually going to hook it up to the other tractor. Yeah, I want to hook it up to this tractor, and then we'll take it up to the other end and get it started. Now, hopefully it doesn't decide it wants to completely start over, and it might. It looks like it does. Now, you can't do that now. Come on. You can't have that. Now it's going to insist that it start over, isn't it? I'm just going to keep firing it. I'll keep firing it. Maybe eventually it'll just decide to start working correctly. I cannot believe that this thing works like this. It's going to redo the entire thing again. It doesn't know it already did it. It is unbelievable to me that this thing does not know that it already did this operation. Maybe if I get it started myself, then it'll figure out. Now see this, I just do not understand this. This is called intelligence. Is it literally going to redo everything it has already done before it will do what it has not done? Seriously? It's running at 15 miles an hour too, doing absolutely nothing. It just does not make sense to me. But one thing about it, I don't have to empty it again. So it can just keep running at this point, doesn't matter. Because there ain't anything I can do about it. I cannot hire a helper without it insisting that it's going to do this. Now we'll take this thing, we'll empty it. We're going to take these over here to the farm and unload them. See, I'm not even sure where I want to put this. Maybe I'll try to get it back here on this back side. I think that's so cool. think I got it up there. Yeah, it kind of got it up here next to the edge of the building, so I'm okay. Well, it kind of dumped it out here too, didn't it? Well, I'm alright. Now, we're going to take this back over to the dealership, the trailer. We're still not going to, we can't return that stuff yet because we're not done with the contract, but I'm going to buy a front end bucket for this thing. I guess it's a good thing we can pick up stones in the rain. And we can just drop this trailer off over here anywhere, it doesn't matter. Okay, now let's I'm not sure. Here we go. I want a yeah, front loader, and we want quick. What is this? What is the difference? This one requires more horsepower. But that's not an issue. What is this one? This one actually requires less horsepower, doesn't it? No, it requires a little bit more. I don't know why, but it's not an issue, so I guess just because it's heavier? Is that why? Oh, here we go, Valtra. Oh, you know what? I have the wrong kind of, I need to buy one of these. What is this? I need to buy one of these and hope it works. Okay, so we need that. And then we need a bucket. I'm hoping that will hold gravel. I think it will. Or a field stone. Is that the one we want? Maybe it is. What is the capacity? That is... Boy, I can't even hardly read that. What is that, 1,000 liters? I can't hardly even read this stuff. What is this? I guess this one right here. 1,600. Yeah, that one's 1,600 also. Yeah, they all are. Working with 3 meters. Oh, wow. Yeah, 3. I wish I could change the color. Let's see. Is there one that is actually more black? That one's a little bit more black, isn't it? I can change the color of that one. I do like that. Now see, I like that right there. But what can I put in it? Can I put gravel in it? It looks like maybe I can. I don't know for sure because I don't know what the icons are. But yeah, maybe that one. I think so. What is this one? See, I can't do anything with that one. So not that one. Let's get this one right here. I don't know what all this stuff is. Openable. I guess we'll get it openable. Levelers. We'll leave activate. And main color. We'll just go here. $2,200, so it didn't cost anything extra. Okay, let's see what we got. Hopefully. Nice. Very nice. Alright, now we got to zoom in just a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. Whoa. I guess I need to wait to put on the back, huh? It can't handle it. Whoa. Okay. I'm going to have to go buy a weight. I can tell that our stone picker is still driving around doing nothing because we're still at 55% of our contract. I don't know why that guy has insisted that it drive around and do nothing. I do like here, I see our tires are wet. Driving in the rain, I like that. Now we need a weight. I usually get the 1,000-pound, I believe. This time I will get the purple. Actually, I should back into this one. And I hope that is enough weight. I actually would not have thought that that bucket load of gravel would have tipped us up. We should be a fairly heavy tractor. Oh, that's still not going to work, is it? Wow. Wow. Well, here's the thing. I wonder if I can customize this or if I have to go buy a different weight. Or can I customize it and make it heavier? I may have to go buy a different one, but let's find out. I don't know if we can customize this thing or not. Yeah, it says customize. But is the weight? No, all we can do is, okay. So I'm going to have to go sell this one. Okay, let's see here. Let me see. It's unfortunate that this one is not going to work for this particular project. It will work elsewhere. So we're just going to keep it because it's the right size for what we would traditionally use. But we will go buy one of the biggest ones because our contract is still running. This guy is still over there doing stuff that he's already done. So while he's wasting all that time, I'm just trying to accomplish something here that I've been wanting to do. And this time we want this heaviest one, 2,400 pounds. Woo! And I'm going to leave this one at, I want this one to be carbon fiber. And we don't even have access to carbon fiber, do we? No, we don't. Well, isn't that a bummer? Jet black, onyx black. Do we want onyx black or jet black? Yeah, jet black. Jet black, it's actually darker. Okay, well. Alright. Now it should be heavy enough. I hope. We'll find out. I just wish our contract would get going. I have been streaming for 4.5 hours, guys. So if we ever get this contract done, oh, my controller battery is going dead too. Boy, it still don't want to. That is the heaviest weight I could get, and it still is tipping. But at least I can use it for now. Now let me see what I want to do here. I gotta look and see if I like that right there where it's at. I may not like it right there. It might be in the way. Maybe not. I might have to move it. But for now, I can leave it like that. I've never had a black weight on one of these tractors before. Looks kind of funny. Okay, now why is this guy just sitting here? Is he finished already? No, he's not finished. What's he doing? I don't have a clue what this guy is doing. Cannot figure out what's going on with this guy. I just don't understand what this guy is doing. Why does it keep starting over? We're going to have to let this thing do the entire thing over yet again. I don't understand. Doesn't make sense that by now this stuff has not been fixed. Because this stuff should have been fixed by now. Well, we'll just have to let it run. It'll be a little bit longer live stream. That's all I can say. Because this thing is going to redo everything it's already done twice. It just makes no sense at all. But I will say at this point, my hands are too tired. I don't want to do it myself. So I'm just going to have to let it run. At least it's running at like 15 miles an hour. I thought it was over here working though, and for some reason it had gotten stuck or had quit or whatever. I don't know what happened. So that whole time that I was doing that stuff with the other tractor and getting the front end loader and all that stuff, I thought this guy was over here going over what he'd already done and just hadn't finished that part yet. And instead it was just sitting over here doing nothing. I don't understand that either. I just cannot believe that it doesn't know that it already did this. More than once. It can't tell. if it wasn't a decent sized contract and I wouldn't have to pay for it if I didn't complete it, I would consider just scratching it, but I don't want to lose money. Oh, this thing is just funny. Well, if you're sleep deprived, it's funny. I really do not want to have to do this manually. I may end up having to do it manually. Well, hopefully next time we will not have this kind of issue because I will not have to keep stopping and starting. It seems like I did one of the other fields that I did. I had that same issue. It kept wanting to start over, but on that one, I was able to drive it manually down to the opposite end of the field, and I was able to get it to start down there. With this one here, it would not do that. I mean, on this field, it would not do that. Now it's still got to do this entire section of this field over here. Is it going to figure out that the part that it's driving across now, it hasn't done? Now I'm glad it was the base game stone picker that was messing up. Otherwise I might think it was this one. Now, what did this guy just do? What did he just do? It's like he just completely went and started over. Unbelievable. It's going to make me do this by hand, and I don't want to. But this guy's obviously not going to do this field. I'd like to get this field done before my battery runs dead on my controller. And that's going to happen. We're going to have to use the other controller, and it doesn't work right. And this field is hard to drive across because it's plowed already. Try to hire a helper again and see if he'll start from right here, or if he's going to insist. Nope. See, he's just absolutely going to insist on just continuously start over, start over, start over. Now, I don't think I'd have that problem if I had not had to interrupt it, but of course you had to interrupt it because you had to empty it. Well, I certainly was not anticipating having to do this manually. And it's so hard to drive across this field when it's already been plowed, because it won't drive in a straight line. It sure does get bogged down on this end right here. That little hill does not look that steep, but it sure appears to be. It sure does bog this thing down. Now this is the difference between using a small tractor. I probably would not get bogged down that much if I had my other tractor over here, because it's a medium tractor. So it does have more horsepower. I just got to keep going as quick as possible. I'm really hoping I can get this done before the battery on this controller goes completely dead. It did tell me it was getting low, but I don't know how much it still had left in it. Whoops. Don't want to skip none. Boy, it really bogs it down on this end. Not too much more to go though. Whoops. Whoops. I'm just running this thing full throttle. Hoping to finish before my controller battery goes dead. We're almost done. Well, I'm glad we were able to do this stuff in the rain. Oh no. Oh, it won't let me finish picking up the rest of it. Oh, I thought it would. Oh well. All right, let me see here. I think if we just, well, I think we could come out right here. Yeah, we can go out right there. I thought it would let us harvest all the stone. Actually, we can go here. Well, it doesn't matter. I got to come back over here anyway. My truck is over here. So now we're just going to be grabbing the truck. I'm not even going to unload this thing. I'm just going to park it over here, somewhere by the gravel pile. All right. Collect. All right. Now we'll head back to the tree house. And we have just hit the 5-hour live stream mark, guys. A couple of minutes ago. And we've had to play in the rain this entire time. believe that's the first time I ever pulled in here while I was in the cab of that truck. Pretty cool. Wow, it's raining pretty good. Whew. Alright guys, we're going to save it right here. And that's where I'm going to leave it sit. And we'll do it again on Friday. Thank you guys for hanging out. Got a little bit done today. I can't believe that contract just went the way it went. That guy did not, AI did not want to do that contract. So anyway, guys, thanks for hanging out with me, and we'll do it again on Friday. Until then, everybody, God bless.